Post 6 Baseball is on the air. The Sixers with their backs up against the wall and trying to stave off elimination after a tough loss to the Sheridan Troopers last night. Sixers need to rebound this afternoon as they take on the Gillette Roughriders. Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray is being brought to you by our fine sports sponsors. Once again, we send it out to the corner of Delrange and Windmill, Powers Field, the site for the State AA American Legion Baseball Tournament. Post 6 Sixers in a must-win situation need to defeat the Gillette Roughriders. Caleb Burgraff will bring us all the description, including our pregame show, right here, right now, on 1480 KRAE, Cheyenne.
Wyoming's Powers Field on 1480 K-Ray as it is Sixers baseball getting set to take on the Gillette Roughriders in state tournament action. Elimination time in this game. The next game up, Sheridan Troopers, they are the one team that cannot be eliminated, so they'll take on Casper in a game that has been pushed back. We were originally looking at a 3:30 start time for this game. 3 hours worth of weather delays and trying to get the field back into playing shape has been the result of that, and we are set for a 6:30 start time here out of Powers Field, trying to get things rolling as soon as these two teams can take care of their infield and outfield practice. It'll be a bit of a strange twist of things as Gillette will be the home team at Powers Field. The Sixers will be the visiting squad for this evening's contest as they look to try and bounce back after a tough 4-2 loss to the Sheridan Troopers last night. The Gillette Roughriders also trying to rebound. They got a win yesterday against the Cheyenne Hawks, but they also got stumped up by the Sheridan Troopers in the 2-1 game. That was back on Tuesday. So both of these two teams in an elimination contest. Winner of this game actually sets themselves up pretty well moving forward and pitching-wise. But these are two teams that have also been struggling with the stick and trying to get the offense up and running. So that's going to be one of the big questions, is whose offenses can get going and also who can handle the delay, but not only the delay, but the conditions out there in the outfield the best. Looks like the infield is in fantastic shape right now as we get set for first pitch, but the outfield is going to be a little bit slick, seeing a couple of some more unsteady feet out there in the outfield, watching Gillette take their outfield practice right now as they charge onto some of those baseballs. Got to be a bit more careful, particularly over in the left field corner. With that, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to chat with Brad Barker back in 2 minutes. You are listening to the pregame show here on 1480 K-Ray, getting set for post 6 action on your home for Sixers baseball, 1480 K-Ray.
Hi, this is Larry Proative talking about affordable computer repair. Lanny at Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne reminds you whenever your personal computer, laptop, or iPad is not performing to your standards, then it's time to call Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne at 307-256-8971 and let Lanny's many years of experience fix or address the problems that may exist. Also, watch out for those bad elements out there to harm your computer. Affordable Computer Repair is the perfect choice to consult you on the proper maintenance for your systems. Remember, it's Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne. Please call 256-8971.
If you're looking for a quick breakfast or lunch, you're looking for the Bread Basket. If you're busy and can't take time out for a healthy breakfast, stop in and try one of our breakfast burritos loaded with potatoes, eggs, cheese, bacon, and our homemade green chili wrapped in a 12-inch flour tortilla. Or, for a fast lunch, try our delicious cabbage burgers, hamburger, onions, and cabbage wrapped in bread dough and baked to a golden brown. Treat yourself to a fast breakfast or lunch today at the Bread Basket, Bakery and Sandwich Shop, 1819 Maxwell Avenue, Cheyenne's hometown bakery. Wrapped in bread dough and baked to a golden brown. Treat yourself to a fast breakfast or lunch today at the Bread Basket, Bakery and Sandwich Shop, 1819 Maxwell Avenue, Cheyenne's hometown bakery.
Here at Kia of Cheyenne, we're having a grand opening sale with the savings on new Kias. I'm AJ Miller for Kia of Cheyenne, and right now you could save even more on a new 2025 Kia Telluride. The 2025 Kia Telluride will surprise you with standard features, versatility, and comfort for a better value than what's available elsewhere. Stay close to home and pay less here at Kia of Cheyenne. Come by and check out our upgraded facilities. Call 775-0123 or go to kiaofcheyenne.com. We'll make it easy.
process. And Coach, yesterday, obviously not the result that you guys wanted. Defensively and pitching-wise, the effort was fantastic. Even the offensive side put together a lot of rallies, but just wasn't able to get enough runs on the board.
Yeah, that was the key to the game right there. We couldn't push the runs across when we had them in scoring position. We had, opportunities with less than 2 outs to put them in, and we didn't get the job done. So that's got to be something we execute today.
When you talk about today's game, there's a lot of storylines that kind of go into this one. The biggest one that people are going to think about is the fact, man, this is a chance at a little bit of revenge against Gillette. Is that something you want the guys thinking about, or do you just want them keeping this one as today's game and the state championship game?
I mean, it's probably inevitable in their minds. In my mind, it is a game that, you just go out and compete, and you can't let your emotions get in the way of things. But there's definitely some emotions that will play in with these guys, and so, it should be a good game.
When you talk about the first 2 games were phenomenal contests between this team, both one-run games, and you talk about the needing to push runs across. That's really what it came down to in that one as well, in that series as well. What did you get from that game as far as how the team will be able to compete in this one, though, and the positives that came out of those 2 games up in Gillette?
I think anytime you lose, it's sour. Anytime you know how to win and you didn't execute the job, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. And so it's something that will resonate in your mind, and hopefully that, we come out on a different end as far as executing the jobs.
Julian Tafoya last night was fantastic, and the bullpen for this team has been fantastic throughout this tournament so far in their production. Who's the next guy up for you guys in that bullpen, though? Because with Julian going back-to-back days, it kind of leaves that spot up for the next man up.
We really have a whole house of guys to go to. We've got Broden Robbins to go to if we need him. We have Ruskinen, we have Kean back. I mean, we have a whole slew of guys that, if we need to, we need to attack as much as we can. So, all of our arms are well battle-tested, and I'm not afraid to go to anybody just to get a dub today.
You guys also have had great support from the fans so far in this tournament. Anything you'd like to say to them going into this game as far as just the way that they've really come out all week?
Yeah, I mean, the city of Cheyenne has supported us well, and the fans, our parents and families, they continue to come out here and support these boys, and it's cool it's neat to look out in the stands and see all the post 6 folks out there, and even a lot of new post 6 folks. So, it's special to us. I know our boys are thankful, and especially me.
Coach, appreciate the time, and good luck as you guys get ready for Gillette tonight.
Thanks, Caleb.
We'll be back in 2 minutes on 1480 K-Ray.
Capital Lumber is number 1 in Cheyenne. Are you listening? We're all the lumber store you'll ever need.
Serving Cheyenne in the area since 1965, Capital Lumber Company is still the place for all your lumber and hardware needs. Whether you do it yourself or have it done professionally, get all the tools, paints, fixtures, and accessories for every part of your home today at family-owned and operated Capital Lumber Company at 1222 Dunn Avenue in Cheyenne, celebrating 60 years in business.
From your head to your toes, we're here to keep you moving. With consultation, treatment, and rehabilitation all in one location, it's easier than ever to get the level of care you deserve. Cheyenne Regional. We inspire great health.
Chick-fil-A at Windmill and Delrange serves up breakfast, lunch, and dinner each Monday through Saturday. And at Chick-fil-A, they don't have to stray from their menu. They're proud of what they do all the time. Chicken. Check them out online at CheyenneChicken.com and have them cater your next event. Use the convenient drive-thrus, come inside, or use the Chick-fil-A app to do your next order. Chick-fil-A at Windmill and Delrange.
Welcome back out once again to Powers Field as we are just about set for action here at the state championships. Umpiring crew is out. We got a 6-man crew for ourselves today too, so we got all of the views, all of the looks, and all of the calls are going to be coming from the men wearing the black jackets out there as temperatures have dipped a little bit. Cheyenne Sixers wrapping up their infield and outfield practice as the visitors. They had to go second for this one. Again, they will be the road team in today's game despite being on their home field as they come into this one as the lower seed. It's the first year that they've done it all by seeding when you get into the consolation brackets. Usually it's a coin toss. This time around, though, going by seeding and saying, okay, you got the top seed, you earned it, you'll get the home side of things. That's why Gillette moves back into the home side on this one as the Sixers coming in as the number 2. I think nobody is necessarily surprised at the teams that are here in the Final Four at the state field. I think it's more of a where the teams are placed here at the final fields, kind of looking at things. I think everybody expects there's going to be Gillette and Cheyenne in the last one on Wednesday night in that nightcapper instead of Sheridan, but Sheridan throwing a wrench into things has sent the 1 versus 2 seed playing against each other a day later in the in the next contest. So the Sixers getting set to take on the Gillette Riders, and we'll see what they can do. Two teams that are very similar in terms of records. Both teams ended up with over 40 wins, 46-24 for the Sixers through their 70 games. Gillette Roughriders 47-26, got into 3 more games this year than the Sixers did. The Sixers have 1 more loss on their conference schedule than the Gillette Riders as they come in at 11-3. Riders at 12-2 on the season so far. For the Riders, they're going to be looking to Riley Schilling out there on the mound. The defense behind him looks like this. He'll be pitching to his brother, Kaysen Schilling, behind the home plate. Kaysen Loftus will be out in center. Seth Peterson at short. Carver Partlow at first. Third base is Ethan Hecker. Second base, Riley Hawk. For left field is Carmine Newman, and Kobe Craig is over in right field for the Rough Riders. As far as the Sixers are concerned, they're going to have a couple of mix-ups into the lineup today. They had some troubles getting the offense going yesterday, so they're going to try and work with a couple of different options in that regard to see if they can get some maybe extra offense out there. A couple different faces that we have not quite seen as much of during this season on the diamond that are getting their chances in this game. So the Sixers obviously looking to try and fix some of their issues that they had. Cade Coates, Broden Robbins, Landon McAnally, Nolan Horton, that's the top of the order. Nothing changes there. Quentin King, Asher Newland, Anthony Pacheco, that's the 3 in the middle. And then the bottom 2, Braden Camrad and Colin Crecilius will step in. New bats out there. Quentin King moved from the bottom of the order to the 5 spot. Crecilius moves down a little bit. Pacheco moves down a little bit. Newland will be the DH, and Braden Camrad also drops down by 1 position. For the Rough Riders, apologize if I call them the Pronghorns. I'm so used to seeing Gillette College on that side of things. For the Gillette Riders, they're going to be wearing their yellow Wyoming jerseys today. Yellow with the brown and white across the front of it. Wyoming written there. The red G on the white G on front of the red caps with the black brims, as they look with the white pants dapper out there on the field for sure. And underneath the brighter skies, those gold uniforms starting to pop a little bit more. Sixers going with their traditional cream uniforms as they have that kind of Minnesota Twins-esque look to it. The Sixers across the front written in script, dark blue numbers outlined in red, cream with the blue piping down each of the pants and uniform tops. The blue caps today for the Sixers with the red 6 written across the front of it. Warm-up pitch is done for Riley Schilling. So underway into the biggest elimination game of the year for both of these two teams as they look to try and punch their ticket into the state championships. Cade Coates will lead things off for Post 6 baseball. Numbers for Coates on the season so far, 62 games played, 348 batting average for the shortstop for Post 6. Takes the first pitch just a little bit upstairs and gets ahead in the count 1-0 on the leadoff man for the Sixers. 3 hours and 1 minute behind schedule on getting this one underway as that ball moves inside and catches the zone. Count goes to 1-1. Coach so far this tournament gotten on base. Still working on some of the contact side of things. Getting that consistency up. Gets himself ahead in the count. The count goes to 2-1. Has an nearly 500 on base percentage this season. He's only got 8 extra base hits, though, mostly singles coming from the shortstop for post 6, who gets ahead 3-1 in the count. He does get on base with walks, though. He can definitely draw that. 36 walks on the season, and that is second on the team for the Sixers this year. Called strike moves the count back to 3-2. Right-handed batter trying to get things started for the Sixers. They get a run up onto the board. Got on base with a double in last night's contest. This time gets on base with a walk as a fastball misses well outside. And 6 pitches from Riley Schilling have the Sixers in good position. Broden Robbins will try to follow. Left fielder for post 6. Bats from the left-handed side. Robbins also a good batting average on the season at .333. The top of the order really does set the table up for the Sixers. It's once you get into that middle and bottom half of the order that the averages start to really dip and decline a little bit more. Robbins looking for the first pitch, shows bunt out in front. It's going to be picked up by Schilling, goes to first in plenty of time. Coates up to second base as Broden Robbins is a sacrifice bunt to put a runner up into scoring position 1-3. And you saw Cason Schilling coming out to Riley and screaming at him, hey, first, right away, making sure that he knew where to throw that ball to. We've seen that look back to second cost a couple of players so far in this tournament. 1 away, runner on second base. Landon McAnally steps up to the dish, batting .394 on the season. Had another couple of hits added to his season tally yesterday. Takes the first pitch for a strike. .460 on base percentage. His OPS above 1,000. Only one batter on the team has a better one. That's Nolan Horton, who comes in behind. He's in the on-deck circle. Both of them with a chance with a single. They could bring home a run. Schilling blasts a fastball inside and past Landon McAnally to make the count 0-2. Leadoff walk went to Cade Coates, and the Sixers trying to bring that man around. Double play depth up the middle, in over at third base. First playing in a normal position, pickoff back to second, and Coates is toast back there as he gets caught leaning a little bit too hard to third base, and Schilling gets the 1-4 put out on the play. And the Riders, they've done this before. They did this up in Gillette as well. Kind of a more interesting pickoff attempt as you just kind of have the second baseman stand on second there for a while until you're done with the pickoff opportunities. Not just kind of shading that way, but actually standing there. McAnally takes the pitch as that one moves it to 1-2 on the count. 2 away in the top of the first inning. Sixers looking to try and rebuild a rally after Coates just got picked off. That one just inside. McAnally, good take on a good conscience for the eye. Keeps himself alive in this count. 2-2 with Deuces Wild here in the top of the first inning. Sun peering in from over the left field fences. And bullpens down that way starting to cast a few shadows of this elimination contest as McAnally shoots that one foul and into those bullpens and batting cages. Nolan Horton now hoping for an opportunity in this inning after seeing that pickoff. Saw his opportunity get put into the hands of McAnally now instead. Landon shoots another one to that left side late, but making good contact as he's seeing Schilling well, barreling him up, just not able to get those mechanics firing quite quickly enough. So Schilling will set himself up once again. 14th pitch of this first inning. Trying to work it 1-2-3 around the walk. just off the outside corner. Can't find it, and the count goes 3-2. Good eye again from McAnally on hard heat. Outfield playing deep against McAnally for this one is the 3-2. That one turned on. Didn't miss that one at all. In fact, jerks that one into the corner where he would have had an easy double if that one ends up finding its way into the fair side of the lines. Just a little bit too far out in front of the off speed. As the 3-2 again. That time floated out into left field. Good beat on it, though, and putting that one away is Carmine Newman, and the first inning's top half comes to a close. Sixers put up and down without the benefit of a hit. We move to the bottom of the first inning. Gillette Riders get their shot against Zach Hall when we come back. You're listening to and watching Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
During the month of June, as part of the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Holiday Subaru is partnering with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society to provide warm blankets and messages of hope, written by our staff and customers to support patients facing cancer.
To learn more about what Holiday Subaru is doing for patients and their families in our community, visit HolidaySubaru.com.
The players return to the field. Up to bat are the Warriors. First up, number 7. There's the pitch. It's a hit. Good for a single. Next, number 18. He swings. Line drive to center field. 15 steps up. Another hit. Bases loaded now as number 40 approaches the plate. It's headed for the fence. Grand slam. The Warriors win the game. Make it home safe. Buckle up. Every passenger, every trip, every time.
Finding themselves with a 0 on the board after their first offensive shot. They'll look to see if they can return the favor to Gillette as Zach Hall will step onto the mound for Post 6. Hall coming off of a very impressive performance his last time out there on the mound, where he was able to pitch a couple of shutdown innings against the Rocky Mountain Oysters in his last time out there. As you look at the numbers from that appearance for him, it was 2 innings of work against the Rocky Mountain Gold, faced 7 batters and only threw 25 pitches in that contest. Didn't get a lot of strikeouts, so only the 2, but did not give up many base runners either. And he'll be trying to continue his good success. Hall will face off against a very good team in terms of the Gillette Riders when it comes to putting the ball in play. Full season numbers for Zach Hall, 52 1/3 innings on the year for Hall, 16 appearances, 12 starts. He stands on the first base side, heels of his feet together, before firing a first pitch fastball that ends up coming in for a strike, and the count goes to 0-1 on Cason Loftus, the center fielder, leading things off. Rest of the numbers for Hall, 6-3 win-loss record on the season. He'll wind and see this one fouled away by Loftus to move the count to 0-2. No saves on the season. Did have a couple of relief appearances, but not many. 21 total runs given up, 34 strikeouts, 23 walks. Definitely a more contact-based pitcher, but gets a lot of people on those big breaking balls that he can throw over the plate, and has a 2.84 earned run average. Just misses the zone on that one as that ball just floated a little bit high. The count settles just to 1-2. Hall will end up going back into that windup again, this time missing low and away. Good block by Camerad back behind home plate. Set the defense for the Sixers. Camerad back behind home. Landon McAnally at first. Second baseman is Quentin King. Third base Colin Crecilius, and the shortstop Cade Coates. From left field to right field, Broden Robbins, Nolan Horton, and Anthony Pacheco in the outfield. As this ball rolled softly over towards short. Coates on the short hop, has to fire across, and a nice play made. Good stretch by McAnally, but they say he was pulled off of the bag, says the first base umpire. I was right about to mark it down in my book. Brad Barker up out of the dugout. This one looked like it was a easy bang-bang play, just right there into the glove with not much stress to see McAnally pulled that one in. And Brad already up out of the dugout for this one, and I definitely don't disagree with that, as the home plate umpire is going to talk things over with the first base umpire and see if maybe the home plate umpire had a better view of the play over at first. They're going to stick with the call of safe over there, and that goes as an E6 on Cade Coates to put the leadoff man on for the Gillette Pronghorns. The Gillette Roughriders. So Riders get themselves a base runner on a controversial call, to say the least, over at first. And Riley Schilling, the pitcher, will step up, looking to try and help out his own cause. Winner of this game moves on to play at 11 o'clock against Casper, unless Sheridan Troopers come away with the win, as that pitch inside but called a strike. Schilling this time disgruntled with the call. He grimaces at it. Hall gets ahead in the count. Sixers pitcher trying to shrug off the disappointment of the first action of this bottom of the first inning. No score yet. Riders trying to change that as this ball bunted towards third. Crecelius throws across his body. That one on the money. And it goes as a 5-3 put out for the first out of the inning. Runner moves up to second base as Seth Peterson will stride to the plate with an opportunity. Peterson playing over at short today for the Rough Riders. One of those players of the year for the state of Wyoming. Really strong offensive numbers that he brings to the table, and strong defensive player as well, backing up his pitching staff. Also can hurl the ball a little bit too. Hall trying to shut him down. First pitch swung on and missed. Great location on that delivery from Hall, as he put it just inside of the corner on the right side of the plate. Gets ahead in the count. 0-1 with one away. Runner in scoring position for the Gillette Rough Riders. As Hall peeks back to check for coming to the plate and getting another strike, as that one dots right down the middle. Seth Peterson finds himself down 0-2. Kaysen Loftus, the runner back at second base, reached on the error. Hall nods the head. Sets back at the belt. Now the kick to the plate is up and away, and the count goes to 1-2. They've been calling that strike at the line right there pretty much for the first 6 batters of this game. Saw the Sixers see Cade Coates get ahead and earn a walk on some close pitches up too. So low in the zone is going to be most likely where you get more generous calls by the way that things have been going early on, as that pitch fouled off by Peterson, and the count goes or stays at 1-2. That bat continues along. Extra pitch having to be thrown by Hall. Still not necessarily having to work too hard through this first inning, though. Peeks back once again at the runner behind him at second base, and he'll come compactly to the plate where that one misses, and the count goes to 1-2. Good crowd on hand for this game, especially for the fact that it was delayed so much. Did not expect it to necessarily be a packed house, especially after the way things have gone for this one. This ball shot over towards first base. What a play. Moving over to his left. McAnally smothers that ball and kind of traps it between his glove and chest. Gets most of it into the glove and then hops up to take it to the base unassisted for the out. Nice play that just moves Kaysen Loftus up 90 feet to third base and keeps the leadoff run of this game for either team still on the base paths, as Carver Partlow will try to bring him home. The first baseman bats again from the right-handed side. Every batter for the Rough Riders has been that righty so far, and he'll shoot this one towards shortstop. Coates chance to try and come up with it, this time right on point with the play. 6-3 the put out on the first pitch swinging, and the Sixers put up a 0 to match the Pronghorns. We move to the top of the second inning. Horton, King, and Newland, middle of the order, due up for Post 6. You're listening to Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
Sometimes you're anticipating it. Sometimes it's unexpected. Occasionally it's something small. But most of the time, it's a pretty big deal. It's your best day ever. And Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union is proud of the part we play in making each of them happen. Whether opening your first savings account or moving into your dream home, Meridian Trust is there for all your best days.
Knock it out of the park with your family dinner tonight and score a home run with Two Doors Down. Two Doors Down menu selections are perfect for the active family. From gourmet burgers served with bottomless fries to soups and salads to the all-new platters. Two Doors Down, where you can enjoy a great dinner and still be able to take your family out to the ball game. Two Doors Down, 118 East 17th Street. For full menu and specials, go to twodoorsdown.net. Two Doors Down, flipping great burgers since 2009.
Front, not in front, looking to get in front as Nolan Horton, Quentin King, and Asher Newland will step up to the plate. Center fielder, second baseman, and DH for the Sixers, trying to find success against Riley Schilling. Neither side with a hit early on in this one. Both sides with a base runner, though, one off of a walk. Kason Loftus getting on via an error. This ball sent out into shallow right center field, and it's going to drop after the basket attempt by Riley Hawk. Falls at his feet for an single for Nolan Horton to get the Sixers leadoff man on for the second consecutive inning. Good job by Horton just getting the bat onto the ball for that one. Didn't necessarily put much authority behind it, but got it to the right spot for Horton. That's to a good season that he's had so far, where he's batting .323. That's his 55th hit of the year. Quentin King, the second baseman for the Sixers, a lot of excitement about him. He's also had a good season swinging the stick, as he's got a .318 batting average. Takes the first pitch for a ball to get ahead. Playing over at second base, only 151 at-bats for him. He's played in 55 games, really began to establish himself as a regular option as the season went on. As this ball bunted over towards first base, and it's going to be picked up by Schilling to fire on to first base for the 1-3 putout. It was popped up a little bit, which had Nolan Horton having to hesitate, but the sacrifice works, and the Sixers put another man up into scoring position. Both of these teams, you can tell, are going to be playing the small ball quite a bit. That's been the initial. You get that leadoff man on, you go right into the bunt action and try and force the pressure onto the opposition. Asher Newland steps up to the plate. Base knock brings home the opening run, as Nolan Horton's got good speed. Newland, 40 games deep this season, .263 batting average, takes a pitch for a strike and gets behind in the count early on in this one. Newland, 6 extra base hits, 3 triples, 3 doubles, 19 singles for him on the season. Has walked 24 times, but has also struck out 27 times. 0-1 count, facing off to the designated hitter. Fouls this one away. Newland, the third DH the Sixers have had so far in this tournament. Saw Kyler Hoff DH yesterday, and Braden Pearson DHing in the first day of the tournament. They've spread the love around a little bit there. 2-strike count as Schilling works to Newland. Pacheco waits in the on-deck circle. Right fielder today for post 6 as they'll pick off back to second, but no one really holding, and Horton was quickly back to the bag, wasn't really off of the bag by too much. Nolan Horton does have the stolen base in his bag. 34 stolen bases on the season, is second on the team, only to Cade Coates, and he has swiped third a few times this year. Newland, though, can't catch up to that fastball, and while Horton stays planted on that one, the first strikeout of the game for either pitcher is recorded on 3 consecutive pitches. So Anthony Pacheco is who it comes down to for the Sixers to bring home that opening run, as he needs a base knock to get Nolan Horton across the dish. No score on the Pepsi scoreboard, 2 outs in the top of the second inning. Game got started just after 6:30 and 3 hours and 1 minute worth of weather delays. First pitch up and away. Pacheco gets himself ahead in the count. Pacheco's numbers on the year. decent this year. Does have a little bit elevated on the strikeout side of things with 53. 33 walks, though. A 301 batting average and a 448 on base percentage. 61 games played this year for the Sixers. He's been a regular as that pitch misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-0. Again, if you're a pitcher right now, don't go upstairs. That's not because the other teams are going to hit you a lot. It's just because that's not where strike zones are being called right now in this game. The high strike is not there. The bottom strike is. So working down in the zone, there's extra incentive to do that. 2-0 count for Schilling facing Pacheco with 2 away in the top of the second inning. Foul ball off the Pacheco swing. Moves the count to 2-1. Late game will be played. They're expecting around 9-ish was the anticipated time. I'm assuming as soon as this game's over, if they can get that game rolling within 30 minutes, they will. As the Sheridan Troopers will take on the Casper Oilers. Pacheco, high fly ball sent out into left center field. Long run, but coming in for Loftus. He puts it away, and the inning is over. Sixers put another man on, get him up to second base, but cannot bring him home as it stays a scoreless game. To the bottom of the second inning we go. Sixers and Roughriders. You're listening to Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
Knock it out of the park.
Wyoming owned and operated since 1971, Burns Insurance is Wyoming's right choice for your insurance needs. Burns Insurance is a trusted choice, full-service, independent insurance agency offering a full range of commercial, agricultural, and personal insurance products through many national and regional carriers. Let our friendly, experienced agents help you find the right product at the right price for your asset protection. Buy the policy, get the agent at Burns Insurance, your right choice. Find Burns Insurance on Facebook or at burnsia.com.
At First Tier Bank, we strive to keep it simple. We offer great rates on a variety of CDs, and we don't make you open other accounts, or be a new customer, or use your debit card 12 times a month, or have a direct deposit to get them. We leave that nonsense to the new big green bank in town, or some colorful credit union. At First Tier, we simply invite you to come on in and call either of our 2 Cheyenne locations and get a great rate on a CD that fits your needs. Simple, the way it should be. First Tier Bank, 1508 Stillwater Avenue, or 18th and Cary in downtown Cheyenne. Member FDIC.
Welcome back out as we get set for the bottom of the second inning between Post 6 and the Gillette Riders. Big game coming up in this one as the loser is done. The winner ends up moving on to the 11 o'clock game tomorrow when they'll face off against the Casper Oilers, assuming they win, or the Sheridan Troopers if they win that contest. As Riley Schilling looking for his second win against Post 6 in as many starts. Got the 2-1 victory against the Sixers last time these two teams faced off against each other. Ended up going the distance in that game. Did give up 8 hits. Gave up a run as well. Not facing against either of the starters that the Sixers threw in that one, as that was Marcus George and Braden Pierce that were going in those 2 games. George on the other side of things on that 2-1 game the last time these two teams faced off, through an absolute dandy of a contest on his side, as he ended up going 5 2/3 innings of that 7-inning affair, up on the road as this ball fouled off. And Ethan Hecker finds himself in an 0-2 count, leading things off for the Gillette Roughriders. No score yet, no hits, 3 base runners in the game off of an error on the Sixers, a single by the Sixers as well, and a walk. I should say there is that one single from Nolan Horton, as that ball is going to be fouled off. And the count stays at 0-2 on Ethan Hecker. So Ethan trying to get on base, give the the Rough Riders, that is going to kill me all game long. Can already see the smile back on Larry's face back in studio. Long throw across the diamond, up the line, and the tag slapped on by McAnally as another good play by Coates over at shortstop goes 6-3 for the putout. And not only does Coates, who was over in the puddle there behind third base, getting to that ball and making a clean play on it, but even though it was up the line, good job by McAnally to put himself in position to throw that tag on. Early out, Riley Hawk steps up to the plate, the second baseman for the Rough Riders. batting from the 6th spot, takes the first pitch for a ball and gets ahead in the count 1-0. 18 pitches in for Zach Hall, who has been superb so far in this game. No hit the Roughriders early on in this one and has been efficient with his pitch count as well. In fact, he's only had 2-ball counts. Hasn't gone 3 balls to anybody on the Gillette side. As he'll peer out once again, Riley with a wide open stance. Very lean player as that one misses. Now we do have our first 3-ball count. The Sixers, last time that they saw this team, I mentioned it gave up some runs. Hawk was one of the big pieces of those. Got a double that brought home the second of what would eventually be the winning run in the game of that 2-1 contest that these two teams had. Ethan Hecker, the other big one, he ended up hitting a home run in that game. All that happening in the same inning. As the 3-1 pitch drops out away from Riley Hawk, and a 3-2 count will greet the second baseman as he steps back in. Righty versus righty matchup here in the bottom of the second inning. No score, 1 away. Payoff pitch coming in from Zach Hall. Misses away, and that's a man on base. A little bit too far away from the plate. And the second base runner, first via the walk for the Roughriders, gets on base. Kason Schilling will stride to the plate now, the catcher. Another right-handed batter for the Roughriders. I'm not sure if there's many left-handed batters at all in this lineup. The next one might be, looking at the way he's kind of standing himself up. That's Carmine Newman out in left field. Kobe Craig waits. Nope, it's another righty in the on-deck circle as well. This ball hit well out into left center field. Nolan Horton, though, had a great read on it, and the first pitch to Kason Schilling results in 1 pitch and 1 out. Just what the doctor drew up for Zach Hall after a long at-bat the previous batter. And now Carmine Newman, the number 8 batter in the order, gets a chance to hit with a runner still stuck over at first base. Newman, long look down to the third base side where man in charge of the Gillette Riders goes through the signs. Nate Perlberg calling out the signs there as he guides his team. Watches a pitch miss high to Carmine Newman to get him ahead, and the count goes to 1-0, and a balk's going to be called before that. And Hall will put a runner into scoring position now for the left fielder. Pitch does not count now, so fresh count. That first pitch gets wiped off of the board. So runner now in scoring position. See if you can find a base knock. First pitch now comes in for a strike. So another chance at that leadoff pitch. Hall this time able to dial it up for one that finds the top of the zone. Count goes to 0-1 to Newman, who still has that chance to try and bring home the go-ahead run. First run of the game for just the second hit of the game. Way late on the fastball. Couldn't get the momentum going forward on that one, and Newman finds himself down 0-2. All looking to try and fire up another 0. Short lead back at second base for Riley Hawk, bouncing around a little bit, but not much. And a swing and a miss sets down Newman as he can't take advantage of the runner in scoring position. It becomes the first punch-out victim of Zach Hall in the game. We'll step aside as the Sixers get their bats back out of the cases and up to the dish. When we come back, you're listening to Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
Suddenly it's all so clear with Gill Windows. Your home deserves the very best, that's what we give to you. When it comes to vinyl windows, no need to be confused. We manufacture in Wyoming, build them all right here. 'Cause we know the climate, suddenly it's all so clear with Gill Windows.
When you're paying the right price for protection, you just know it. It's that warm, fuzzy, totally secure feeling, knowing that you're not only getting great coverage, but you're also not paying too much for it. And there's no one that knows that feeling like Cheyenne Allstate agent Jason Gilbert, because he works every day to get people like you the coverage they need with the savings they deserve. Contact him for a free quote today. Allstate, you're in good hands. Savings vary based on the average annual savings reported by new auto customers surveyed in 2019 who switched to Allstate.
Sixers and Roughriders knotted up at zeros as we move along to the top of the third inning. Cheyenne stepping up to the plate. Sixers with an error, but also with the lone hit of the game so far. And they'll add another one as Braden Camerad, first pitch he sees, serves that one out into right field. And a base knock for the bats on the bottom of the order is a positive sign of getting those things back up and rolling. Colin Crecelius batting in the 9 spot will try and flip things around. Different spot in the order for him to try and get his bat woken up a little bit. It has been quiet most of the season, or most of the last couple of games in that bottom of the order. See if Camerad is moving or see if they put that bunt down once again. Gillette expecting the bunt. They're already creeping up over at third. There's the sign, and that one behind Crecelius as he pops back up and looks like he's going to be okay. Good job back behind home plate by Schilling of not letting that one get past him and behind, and Crecelius just all right. Luckily he didn't get hit on that pitch. So he ducks himself out of the way and dusts himself off, gets himself back and ready to present himself back into the batter's box. Cade Coates, Broden Robbins, Landon McAnally, the next 3 set to be due up as the top of the order awaits their opportunities in their second trip. Camerad short lead over at first. Schilling this time finds the zone, but the bunt by Crecelius is foul, and the count just goes to 1-1. Kind of jammed him up inside. How do you attack the bunt, especially when they're trying to push it down that first base line? You get inside to where they can't really guide where that one's trying to go. Crecelius keeps that eye down to Gary Harley down in the third base box. Harley also flashes a sign out to Camerad. Gives him a quick bit of directive. 1-1 pitch, bunted at down the first base line, but foul again. And now you got decision time for the Sixers. Do you keep the bunt on for Camerad, or do you pull it off and let him swing away, as the next bunt would end up being a strikeout if it's going to go foul? So back into the right-handed side goes Crecelius. Schilling a long look in, gets the sign, and now comes up, covering up that ball on his back right hip. Looks in, the 1-2, Crecelius swinging away, popped up. Back over to the right side, long run, and a good late reaction by Kason Schilling, who almost didn't get out of the crouch in time, couldn't find the ball right away, and ends up getting it just at the last moment. Pop out to the catcher, flips the lineup over. Sixers were unable to move the runner up, despite getting the leadoff man on for the third straight inning. And Cade Coates will try to put it together, a rally with maybe some cuts at the ball. Not sure. He's got the speed to maybe put the bunt down, and Gillette's not fully convinced that they won't bunt again as well. They're in over at third base. Ethan Hecker looking like he might potentially charge. See how Coates approaches this one. He's going to cut away and fouls this one to the right side. Count goes to 0-1 with 1 away in the top of the third inning. Long day here at the ball yard, and again, I'm impressed with the crowd that's come back out for this game after what was a long wait. Although I'm sure some of the fans here, more Sheridan Trooper fans, as well as some Casper fans who were expecting their game to be going by now. Set for 6:30 for the second one as a pickoff move back over to first, has Camerad diving back. Schilling definitely keeps his own tempo when he gets out there with runners on base. I wouldn't say it's necessarily lethargic. It's not slow, but he definitely does get more deliberate, as I think you would expect most people to, as that pitch misses and the count goes to 1-1. Coates walked his first time up on a 3-2 count, then got picked off after being bunted up to second base. Schilling with a nice move was able to get Coates leaning the wrong way. Coates this time around already has somebody on looking to move him up the bases. That one called a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. Schilling brothers working as the battery today. Same thing that happened in game one the first time these two teams faced off against each other. That was a Gillette win. This one rolled over towards first base, only going to get the one, as coming off of the bag to field it, Carver Partlow had to really get well clear of the base paths in order to find the throw over to shortstop. And Seth Peterson, who was covering second base, just goes as a 3-6 fielder's choice. And up to the bat comes Broden Robbins after being eliminated last time on a sacrifice bunt. Fourth batter of the inning. Sixers have never sent more than 4 batters to the inning. Runner over at first is Coates. You'd expect him to maybe steal. He's off to a walking lead as the first pitch misses inside. Count goes to 1-0. To the left fielder for post 6. Robbins really locking down that position midway through the year whenever he hasn't been up around home plate and doing the pitching. That one just misses as well, and the count to 2-0. Schilling has fallen behind several batters. He's only ended up walking one of them. He's been able to battle his way back. Both of the hits actually for the Sixers haven't been on any of those battles. Both of the hits for the Sixers coming off of first pitch swinging. Pickoff back over to first. That gets away. Coates, he's going to head up to second base. He's thinking third base. He's going to get there easily. That's a 2-base throwing error by Case Schilling, or Riley Schilling, excuse me. E1 on the play. Sometimes you just play with your food a little bit too much, and that's what Riley Schilling did just there. Is you got a runner stuck over at first base with 2 outs. Focus on the batter, you get out of it. Now all of a sudden he's caused himself a little bit of perplexion. Barker coming out of the dugout. He had a quick word with the home plate umpire again. Not sure what the conversation was there, but either way, seems like it was just a brief little passing of exchanges. Sixers get a called strike on the inside to Broden Robbins there, and he finds himself with a 2-1 count. Didn't necessarily get a very appreciative view from the fan base, who saw that one was a little bit tight to their left fielder. Swing and a miss. Schilling just blows some heat past him, and the count goes to 2-2. And now Schilling, who threw with a little bit of extra intensity on that pitch, you can tell he's a little bit angry about that miscue that let a runner get up to third base. He's looking for a punch out here. 2-2 count. Swung on and missed, and Broden Robbins is strikeout victim number 2 of Riley Schilling. We'll step aside. Sixers again put a runner into scoring position, but cannot bring him home as we move to the bottom of the third inning, scoreless on the Pepsi scoreboard. You're listening to Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
Since 1986, here's a list of cars and SUVs I have purchased or leased for myself or my family from our local dealers here in Cheyenne. Kia Optima, Sorento, K5, 2 Chevy Blazers, Honda CR-V and 3 Pilots, Aztec, Villager, Trans Am, Pontiac GT, and Grand Am. What do all these vehicles have in common? Well, for service work, even if it was just a simple oil change, they were taken care of by Shine Auto Repair and Service. Larry Proati for Cars in Cheyenne, where John and his great team has always been there to take care of the Proati vehicles, and yours too. John is a TechNet professional, which means he is one of the best in the country to service your car or truck. Make sure your maintenance or minor repair doesn't turn into a major problem. Call Shine Auto Repair and Service today to set up an appointment at 632-0498 or stop in at 604 West Lincoln Way. Shine Auto Repair and Service open Monday through Friday and taking care of your vehicle's needs for over 30 years.
0-0 your score. Rough Riders coming up to the plate in the bottom of the third. It'll be 9-1-2. Kobe Craig, Kaysen Loftus, and Riley Schilling. Craig obviously no at-bats yet. Schilling and Loftus 0 for 2. Kaysen reached on an error, and Riley Schilling would ground out to third base as the next batter on a swinging bunt attempt, as it were. See how things go for Kobe Craig, though, who takes the first pitch for a strike, and the count goes to 0-1. 28 pitches into the game for Zach Hall. He's been, again, working efficiently out on the mound, averaging less than 4 pitches a batter. Gets a swing and a miss that nearly dislodges the helmet from Kobe Craig. About swung out of that one. And the count goes to 0-2 to the right fielder. Zach Hall, right-hander, who, again, is part of a pitching staff that looks very, very set up to be dominant next year. Crecelius will be back on that staff. Really the only 2 arms that you're losing, Marcus George and Braden Pearson. And while those are impressive arms that you're going to be losing, you've got some young arms that have really taken the baton from them. This ball handcuffing a little bit inside for Craig. Gets over to third base, but Crecelius with a clean play charges and fires for the out. 4 pitches for the first out, and Kaysen Loftus, who has already made a nice play out in center field today, will step up to the plate. Reached base on an error when he grounded one towards short, but it was scooped up on the play by Cade Coates, although his throw was a little bit up the line, according to the first base umpire, who said that it pulled McAnally off of the bag. Hall once again into that wind up, fires and misses away as the count goes to 1-0. Places you don't want to be firing right now as a pitcher. You don't want to work up in the zone because that's been inconsistent. You don't want to work too far outside because that outside corner has been a little bit floaty as well. Really bottom and in, those are the places to go as the count goes to 2-0 on Kaysen Loftus. Center fielder, you don't want to let it on because I'm assuming that there's some speed there. The leadoff guy, no matter what the order is, you can anticipate that he's got some wheels underneath him. He'll pop this one up on 2-0, out to right field, shallow right field. Pacheco comes in, calls everybody else off, and makes the play. Long run for Pacheco coming deep from right field, but he covers that ground better and ends up calling Quentin King off. King was there, but I think King didn't necessarily feel as comfortable as the man who had the better view of the ball going to him. Riley Schilling's turn this time around. Ground out to third his first time up. Pitch misses outside to him, and he gets ahead. Zach Hall just missing a little bit too much on some of those first pitches, but really missing bats, and that's the biggest thing you want from him. Hasn't given up any hits. Despite having some hitters' counts, he's still throwing pitchers' pitches in those hitters' counts. That's where not having more than 1 3-ball count through the first 2 2/3 innings has also been helpful to him. He'll get a strike on the 2-0 pitch to Riley Schilling. Gets himself back into this one. The pitcher of record for the Gillette Roughriders trying to get something going for the boys wearing the yellow jerseys today. Gets ahead 3-0. That one dipped too far away. Seth Peterson waits on deck. He grounded out on a sharply hit ball to first base. That was out number 2 in inning number 1. That went into Schilling. That hooked foul just to the left side of the Sixers dugout. Off of the fencing. Ends up down the warning track on the left field line. Sixer will head down that way to get it. Meanwhile, Hall will return his attention to the plate. 3-2, bounces up, and that's a walk for Schilling. Pitches the bat back to the dugout, gets the third base runner for the Rough Riders. And now both teams have had a runner in every inning so far, but neither team has been able to capitalize and bring that run around to score. Seth Peterson, as we said, grounded out to first base his first time up. We'll get into that right-handed batter's box and take his next cuts. Worked the count in that first inning as well. Hall bounces back up on top of the rubber. 13 pitches deep into this inning. Hall trying to get it has another scoreless one on his record, catches the upper part of the zone on the outside. And the count goes to 0-1 to the shortstop. It'll be 3, 4, and 5-2 up for the Sixers. McAnally, Horton, and King. When they get their chance to cut in the top of the 4th inning, as another strike has Zach Hall 1 away from getting through this 3rd inning with a 0 still on the board and no hits for the Roughriders still. Peterson awaits. That's from the stretch. A ball lifted up into right center field. Not tough as that one camped under again by Pacheco. Puts it away. Out number 3 sends us to the 4th inning of a good one here in an elimination contest. No score between the Roughriders and the Sixers. We move to the top of the 4th inning on 1480 K-Ray.
Rock on Wheels is Wyoming's premier bicycle shop. The service department offers quality and experience with a 48-hour turnaround guarantee based on parts and availability. They even offer tune-ups for your current bike along with powder coating and sandblasting. So swing by the shop and take advantage of the awesome prices for great bikes like Trek and many other name brands. Rock on Wheels even offers bike rentals for the avid rider. They're proud to be locally owned and operated. You'll find Rock on Wheels at 900 East Lincoln Way. Call 637-0020 to start pedaling your way to a whole bunch of fun.
At Fat Boys Tire and Auto, our business is about more than just selling tires and fixing cars. We believe in faith, family, and community. The Fat Boys family has been serving Wyoming and Nebraska for over 50 years, and 3 generations later, our values have never changed. When you need tires or auto repairs, find the Fat Boys, and we'll treat you like family. Fat Boys Tire and Auto in Cheyenne, Laramie, Scottsbluff, and Wheatland. Get price quotes and schedule service at fatboystires.com.
Work 2 teams that have 1 loss on their record and a couple of wins under their record so far. Sixers dispatching the Jackson Giants in the 1st round. Casper Oilers in the 2nd round, then falling to the Sheridan Troopers. Meanwhile, the Riders dispatching the Rock Springs Stallions in the 1st round, getting dispatched by the Sheridan Troopers in the 2nd round. And then a big win yesterday against the Hawks in extra innings, a 9-inning affair. Last time when they were out onto the field. Called strike to Landon McAnally has him down to the count 0-1. It's a left-handed batter who hit a fly ball to left field, swings and fouls that one away. Count goes to 0-2 on the first baseman for the Sixers, who have gotten the leadoff man on in every inning so far. Camrad was cut down on a fielder's choice. Horton left at second. Coates cut down after getting picked off at second base. 0-2 pitch inside, too tight to McAnally, and he gets a step back into the count, 1-2. Rain pushed its way through here early on today. Some overcast skies, but no threat of precipitation coming down right now as that pitch just dips a little bit low. Gillette fans this time were the ones groaning just a little bit. It's 2-2. Trying to pull that one back in and realizing it was too far out. Case and Schilling tried to frame it but couldn't fool the umpire. Count goes to 3-2, full one. The leadoff man for the Sixers, McAnally, trying to battle back from 0-2. That one rolled into the zone, rolled towards first, and McAnally will ground out to his counterpart. Has taken that one to the bag. Carver Partlow gets the 3 unassisted. Leadoff man retired for the Sixers to start things off. 46 pitches deep into the game. Riley Schilling will face off against Nolan Horton, who singled his first time up. Got to second base, but was left there. Center fielder who's heading off to Montana State, but not to play baseball, just to be a regular old student. Lifts this one onto the infield, backing up to shallow second base, just on the outfield grass. Maybe actually came onto the infield grass. Riley Hawk puts it away. 1 pitch for that out on the pop out, and Quentin King becomes the final opportunity for the Sixers to try and get something rolling here in this top of the fourth inning. Still scoreless on the Pepsi scoreboard. Elimination contest between the Roughriders and the Sixers. Winner moves on to the 11 a.m. game tomorrow against either Casper or Sheridan as a called strike greets Quentin King. Sheridan going to have Evan Barney available to them for that day as this ball rolled over. Schilling falling away, throws to first, scooped over at first base. Carver Partlow makes the scoop, somehow trapped the ball, and the first base umpire says in time on the 1-3 putout. Some fancy play out there coming from the Roughriders. 9 pitches in the inning, the first 1-2-3 inning of the day for both teams, and we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. See what happens with this one as the Sixers tied up at 0 with Gillette on 1480 K-Ray.
Wyoming owned and operated since 1971, Burns Insurance is Wyoming's right choice for your insurance needs. Burns Insurance is a trusted choice, full-service, independent insurance agency offering a full range of commercial, agricultural, and personal insurance products through many national and regional carriers. Let our friendly, experienced agents help you find the right product at the right price for your asset protection. Buy the policy, get the agent at Burns Insurance, your right choice. Find Burns Insurance on Facebook or at burnsia.com.
At First Tier Bank, we strive to keep it simple. We offer great rates on a variety of CDs, and we don't make you open other accounts, or be a new customer, or use your debit card 12 times a month, or have a direct deposit to get them. We leave that nonsense to the new big green bank in town, or some colorful credit union. At First Tier, we simply invite you to come on in and call either of our 2 Cheyenne locations and get a great rate on a CD that fits your needs. Simple, the way it should be. First Tier Bank, 1508 Stillwater.
On the base paths, the offense just has not been there these last couple of games for Post 6. In fact, they've only been able to manage 7 runs through the last 3.5 games. 5 against Casper, 2 yesterday against the Sheridan Troopers. None yet today. Good news is, though, the pitching staff and defense has done the same. They've kept a 0 on the board for the Gillette Roughriders as a strike greets Carver Partlow, and the count goes to 0-1. Ethan Hecker and Riley Hawk will follow. Group that is 0 for 2 with a walk. And a pitch missing there gets Carver Partlow back into the count 1-1. Longer shadows starting to address things here. First baseman McAnally having to peer into the sun. Quentin King also a little bit into the sun from his position as that pitch right down the dial finds it for a strike, and the count goes to 1-2 on Partlow, the first baseman. Hecker waits on deck. He's somebody who's made some impactful at-bats against the Sixers so far this year. Is that pitch outside? Camrad was lined up outside and was wanting the pitch to be away. They weren't wanting that one necessarily in the zone. Pitch found the glove, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was lined up. Partlow this time turns on this one. Shallow fly ball out to right field, and another one for Pacheco that he puts away. He's had 3 fly ball outs to him in the last 4 batters. In fact, he's retired the last 3 outs of this one, as the one who didn't fly out to him ended up walking. Ethan Hecker up to the plate. Mentioned he's got some important at-bats in this series between these two teams this year. One of those was a big fly that ended up being the first run of the game scored on the trip up in Gillette of the 2-1 game that Schilling ended up coming away with the win over Marcus Georgian. It's called strike as Hecker behind in the count. I believe he was also on the base paths during the critical moments at the end of game number 2 up there in Gillette, as they'll spoil that pitch foul, and the count settles to 0-2. The biggest thing you can see for Hall right now, the efficiency on the pitch count, is he's just now hit 50 pitches. Means that you're really able to save as many arms as you can for tomorrow, so it gives Brad Barker, you win this game, you have a deep staff available to. As another fly ball out to the right side. King calling for this one, puts it away with 2 hands. Pop up over to the right side. That seems to be the name of the game today for both sides. As between the second baseman and the right fielder, 5 outs 4 outs on the Sixers side have gone that way. And on the other side of things, you've also had another 2 outs sent to that side up in the air. Opening up too much on those pop outs, not driving enough through the ball. First pitch called a strike to Riley Hawk, who walked his first time up, got to second base on a balk, and was stranded out there when Kason Schilling flew out and Carmine Newman ended up striking out. 0-1. That turned on and yanked to the left side, but foul. And back to another 0-2 count. How many of those has Zach Hall had so far today? Give him that as part of his success, just being ahead in the count against batters. Peers in looking for his first 1-2-3 inning as we work in the fourth of a scoreless game. No hits for the Riders yet. 2 hits for the Sixers. And a pitch that grazes the outside corner doesn't get the call from the home plate umpire. Oh, 0-2 count, moves to 1-2. Hall works again to the plate. This one poked foul out to the right side as Riley Hawk stays alive. Hall looking in once again on the 1-2. Good battles from some of these Gillette Riders at the plate. Once they get to these 2 strikes, they've been able to work a couple of walks in those situations and haven't really gone down on 3 pitches very often. This ball, though, is going to be another out opportunity. Crecilius has to come in, fires over to first base as he charges a slowly hit ball to third, fires over and gets the out. Sixers set down the Roughriders 1-2-3 to return the favor. We come back. It's Newland, Pacheco, and Camerad at Powers Field when we return to Sixers baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
I always get a kick when I see ads for a huge vault of silver they found, or they get their gold from a certain company. Hi, this is Larry Perotti for the Coin Shop in downtown Cheyenne. Family owned and operated since 1982. You can buy and sell your gold or silver, along with other precious metals, including palladium and platinum, at the Coin Shop each Tuesday through Friday. You'll always get top dollar for your gold or silver, as David Brockman has his eye on the precious metals market each day. So stop on by for a fair and honest appraisal of your precious metals, or give David a call and set up a time to stop by. You'll always find coin collections, collectible coins, proof and mini sets, and more today. So why wait for the others? Shop the Coin Shop in historic downtown Cheyenne at 510 West 16th Street, open Tuesday through Friday from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. Or give them a call at 778-7196.
Asher Newland will lead things off against Riley Schilling as we move to the 5th inning of a scoreless affair. Sixers have had 4 base runners throughout. Roughriders have had 3 base runners throughout. No one has been able to bring somebody home. And Asher Newland gets ahead in the count with the first pitch that misses from Riley Schilling. And a 1-0 count will favor the Sixers' designated hitter. And now a strike follows that one to move it to 1-1. Well-pitched game so far between the 2 sides. Zach Hall standing toe-to-toe with one of the aces for the Gillette Roughriders. That one misses. Count goes to 2-1. That just goes back to what Hall has been proving to the coaching staff through the year. Just up high. That one misses to Newland, and the count goes to 3-1. Sixers have gotten the leadoff man on in 3 out of 4 innings. Looking to do so once again. 3-1 though, swung on and missed. Newland takes a cut at it. Can't find any of the ball. The count goes to 3-2. Full count. This just the fourth full count of the game that Riley Schilling's had to work against, and he misses with that one for another walk. He's 50-50 on his full counts. 2 walks, 2 groundouts. Gets another man on for the Sixers, though. They've peppered the base paths with some runners, but just have not been able to bring anybody home. Pacheco flew out to center field his first time up. Drove a ball to the left side, but pretty easy to get underneath that one for Kason Loftus out in center. See if he puts a bunt down. That's been the way the Sixers go, and he will show bunt, but pulls it back at the last second. Count goes to 1-0 as the umpire calls it a ball. We're stuck in a 0-0 game, top of the 5th inning on the Pepsi scoreboard. Bunt popped up and it was foul. Count goes to 1-1 on the foul ball. So far, 2 successful sacrifices for the Sixers. Had a fielder's choice as well, and have also seen a pop out on a bunt. That was when Colin Crecilius was up at the plate back in the top of the 3rd inning. Again, Sixers the road team today at this game, not the visiting team, not the home team. Just the way the seeding kind of works out. You win this game, though, and the Sixers would be, seeding-wise, the home team going throughout, unless you see Sheridan come away with the win in tonight's nightcap. Then Sheridan would be the home team in game number 14 at 11 o'clock tomorrow. The Sixers would be back-to-back times the road team, but then they would swing back to, I believe, the home team in the 2 o'clock game as Schilling picks off over to first and Newland goes diving back. Count stays at 2-1 to Pacheco. Camarad waits in the on-deck circle. He's got a single. As Schilling sees this ball rolled over towards third. Chance at 2. No, they just take the 1 across the diamond. Ethan Hecker not comfortable trying to flip the quick double play. And the smart play is made. Braden Camarad will step up after essentially what works out as a sacrifice. Pushes Newland into scoring position. Pacheco can be proud of that. That's a positive at-bat. Camarad gets another single like he did last time. Could bring Newland home to score. That's what you'd love to see if you're the Sixers. Just a little push to that right side. Initially, the infield was brought in. There's a huge hole over on that right side where Camarad likes to hit the ball to as he takes the first pitch away and gets ahead in the count 1-0. Camarad is an opposite field guy more often than not. And because of the pickoff move that the Roughriders like to use, there's about 80 feet of space between the two fielders on that side of the diamond until you finally see Hawk drift back to his position. Pitch misses low, and the count goes to 2-0 on Camarad as another fastball overthrown a bit by Schilling, who doffs the cap and wipes away some sweat from his brow. Camarad doing the catching today for the Sixers. Looking to try and bring home a go-ahead run. He did so recently at the Grand Junction tournament and had a hit to the opposite field that ended up bringing home a go-ahead run against the Oysters. Now trying to do so against a team that's a bit more important to do it against. As time taken by Camarad at the plate. Steps himself out to get himself comfortable once again. Didn't like how long that Riley Schilling was taken out there on the mound. Schilling, we've mentioned it, he gets more and more deliberate as those runners are out there. Just misses low with that pitch. Umpire flinched a bit, and the Gillette fans not appreciative of that call this time around. Umpire's been hearing it from both sides right now, and usually the sign that he's been pretty consistent when both sides are chirping at you a little bit. Camarad settles in once more. Takes a strike on a get-me-over fastball to move it to 3-1. Crecilius waits in the on-deck circle after 2 bunt attempts. He popped out to the catcher his first time up, so a good contact hitter in the on-deck circle still awaits. Who's got some contact already today. 3-1. Will he go on with a similar situation, or will Camarad change the context out there on the diamond? This ball lifted out into deep center field. Loftus lifting back on that one, gets it back in quickly. Runner cannot tag up, and Braden Camarad, despite giving that ball a strong ride, doesn't necessarily get it to go anywhere. It's like taking a sightseeing trip. You end up right back where you left off, and Colin Crecilius will step to the plate. 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning of a scoreless game. Looking to try and bring home Asher Newland, who led this inning off with a walk. Number 9 batter in the order for the Sixers. Flips over if he can get on. Cade Coates, a dangerous bat, who's been on twice today, is in the on-deck circle, and the first pitch misses badly outside to Crecelius. Really have made the pitch count for Riley Schilling shoot up a little bit in this inning. 16 pitches, 65 in the game now. He was only at 49 coming into this inning. He's been incredibly efficient out there on the mound, but putting it to a point where you might force the Gillette Roughriders to make a pitching change possibly going into the later stages of this inning and this game, but still a few innings away from getting to that decision. As the 2-0 count comes up. And Crecelius with a good hitter's count just needs to try and put this one in play. So Crecelius, after wriggling the fingers on the bat, looks to see Schilling get set. Hawk back to his position at second after holding the runner. And now time taken again by Colin Crecelius. As the two of them, Schilling and Crecelius, going back and forth with each other a little bit, just trying to see who can maybe find that little bit of a seam in the other's confidence. 2-0 pitch. Rolled towards third base, backing up to retreat on it, and then firing across the diamond on one hop to get the out is Ethan Hecker, as Carver Partlow holds that one in. 3 pitches, and Crecelius grounds that one out. 5-3, a pair of those in the inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, still scoreless here at Powers Field. A dandy of a pitching performance between these two sides on 1480 K-Ray.
That's the sound of a Mountain Dew. And that's you enjoying its refreshing citrus kick. That's a cool breeze suddenly whistling through your hair.
Whoa!
That's you realizing you're now on a mountain.
This is epic!
That's you stating the obvious. That's you stepping up to the plate. That's you winning your kickball game.
Yes, let's go!
That's you taking another sip of your Do the Dew.
Your home is where memories are made, so why not make it a place you truly love? With a home equity loan, you can update your space, improve your curb appeal, or finally finish that home project you've been putting off. Competitive rates, flexible options, and simple approval make it easy to get started. Make the equity in your home work for you and love where you live. Apply today at pvbank.com. Platte Valley Bank, you belong here.
Platte Valley Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Three-hour rain delay will put you a little bit behind things. We're got things going at 6:31 for this contest. Just about an hour and 8 minutes into it. To the bottom of the 5th inning we go. Kason Schilling, Carmine Newman, and Kobe Craig will try and get something going for the Roughriders, who have been just as stuck in neutral as the Sixers have so far in this game, and almost more so stuck in neutral. They're still looking for their first hit against Zach Hall, who has been impeccable on the mound. First pitch to Schilling, called a strike, and that's part of it. The Roughriders have just been super patient throughout this and find themselves down 0-1, 0-2 quickly in almost every count. Not a way to get your offense going when the pitcher's working from ahead every time. And that's credit to Zach Hall on the fact he has been aggressive against this team, getting them ahead in the count early on almost every time. 1-1 count. As Hall working in his 5th inning, gets ahead another time as this one fouled off to the left side, moves the count to 1-2 on the catcher for the Gillette Roughriders. He flew out to center field his first time up. Decent piece of lumber on it, but couldn't quite split the gap between Horton and Robbins, as he'll duck out of the way of that pitch, and the count goes to 2-2. Newman waits on deck. He struck out on 3 pitches. Kobe Craig, a ground out victim. Bottom of the order has been over for the Gillette Roughriders so far today as the 2-2 pitch misses too far away, and the count goes to 3-2. Another full count pitch. All of the full counts that Zach Hall has found himself in, he's lost via the walk. Payoff pitch coming in from the starter for the Sixers. As the 3-2 served out into right field. Pacheco, though, has a beat on it and puts it away for another out. He's got 4 putouts in this turn through the order. He has been up to the challenge out there in right. As you do take a peek down into the bullpen, it looks like there is a little bit of activity kind of stretching around right now for the post 6 Sixers in the dugout, as you want to ride Zach Hall as long as you can. But you also want to be ready to dig into that bullpen if you need to. First pitch to Carmine Newman, misses inside and tight to the left fielder, and the count goes to 1-0. Breaking ball that just didn't have enough inside movement. 1-0 pitch, fouled back to the netting, and evens the count up at 1-1. This is a Gillette team that's also been struggling to score runs so far this tournament. Only got the 1 run against Sheridan, as that one hits Carmine Newman in the back. Hit batter will put a runner on base for the Gillette Roughriders, their first runner since a Riley Schilling walk with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Number 9 batter Kobe Craig gets his opportunity with a runner on, and the top of the order due up after him. This a big moment in this game. If you're the Sixers and you let the top of the order get up with less than 2 outs and 2 runners on, as that would be the case if Kobe Craig gets on base, then all of a sudden you see that pressure on the Sixers mount up a little bit, and you open up some windows and some doors for the Roughriders to maybe sneak into the house, as that first pitch finds the zone for a strike, and the count goes to 0-1. Another breaking ball from Zach Hall, who's gone from working with more fastballs to being a little bit more off-speed heavy in what he's firing to the plate. As Craig checking for the sign over at third base. Gets the sign, and we'll head back in. Did just notice coaches have switched their positions on this one now. As bunt shown, pulled back, and the ball gets away from Camerad, and a runner moving into scoring position on a pitch that missed. 1-1 count. That one a pass ball, as that was off of the glove of Camerad and dipped back to the backstop, and puts pressure now on to Hall with 1 away. Only like a sacrifice bunt had been put down, if you really think about it, though. Still in that same situation, 2 outs. You need a base knock still if you are the Roughriders to bring home that run. That one right down Broadway. Kobe Craig couldn't get the action working, and the engine started for a curveball that was just floated in there. Froze him on it. Now he's facing a 1-2 count. If you're Hall, I think you come with fastball here. 1-2 pitch. They'll give him something with some velocity to it. Served out into right. Pacheco, long run to his right. Gets to the ball. Throw back into second is cut off. But a great play by Pacheco again, who has made 5 of the last 7 outs for the Sixers. They are picking on him over there in right field, and he has not backed down. As 2 outs in the inning bring up Kaysen Loftus, 0 for 2 on the day. Reached on an error his first time up, was stranded at third, and then flew out to right field to lead off with 1 out. Flew out to right field his second time through. Takes a strike low and away, as the count will drift to 0-1 on the center fielder for the Roughriders. Neither team has had an inning where they've sent more than 4 batters to the plate. That's a credit to the pitching that's been going on here today. Roughriders still looking for that first base knock of this one, as time taken by Camerad right after flashing the signal. Hall was getting himself set, and then Camerad said, whoa, 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 slam on the speed brake. Let's talk this over. Some new information has just been delivered. So after the conversation, he'll head back behind home plate and reassume the action here. As crowds on both sides starting to try and get antsy in this one. 2 outs. This ball up over a leaping Quentin King. Deflects the ball as it drifts into the shallow grass in right field. And King's leaping opportunity just has that one slip past him, and the Sixers give up the lead. That one was a heartbreaker. I thought King timed that leap perfectly. I didn't think that one was going to slip past his glove because he was right on it with that jump, and I think that almost hurts a bit because when his glove tipped it, I think he slowed it down enough to where Pacheco couldn't get to it, and it just drifted there and allowed for Carmine Newman to come around and score. First hit of the game brings home the first run of the game for the Roughriders as Loftus waits at first, and now Riley Schilling gets a chance to bat in this inning. 2-out single for Kason Loftus has the Sixers finding themselves in a less than amiable position right now. Fire to the plate. That one misses away. Zach Hall, you got to shake that off on the mound on the emotional side of things, and that's, I think, what Cade Coates is doing here. Great visit to the mound by Cade Coates. Calming down your pitcher to try and just say, hey, look, you've been doing great all game. You've been finding the zone. You haven't been finding a lot of bats. They just found one little gap to get it past you. Let's try this over again and continue to pitch with that same confidence you've had all game long. 2-0 count to Riley Schilling, and he'll rope one back up the middle. Coates has it deflect off his glove, can't make the play, and everybody's going to be safe on the infield single. Great effort by Coates this time up the middle. If he doesn't make that diving stop, you probably see Loftus move up to third base on the play, and the pressure continues to stack up on Hall. As it is, you still have the force out at every base. Dangerous bat, though, coming to the plate for the Roughriders, who are looking for this 2-out rally to explode into a few more runs. Sixers down 1-0 on the Pepsi scoreboard, bottom of the 5th inning. Hall settles. And a called strike greets Seth Peterson. Great pitch in a pressure situation. Hall's been locating well so far today. Just run into a couple of bats here in the 5th inning that have found some gaps. Missing outside, 1-1. The count will go as that one misses low and away. Sun starting to dip back behind the clouds off to the east side as everything's in shadows right now here at Powers Field. 1-1 count, delivery inside and hits him, and the bases are loaded as Seth Peterson takes that one on the inside elbow off of the arm guard, and that's going to probably do it for Zach Hall. As with the bases loaded and 2 outs, he might see his 3rd trip through the order for the Roughriders be his final trip through the order. Carver Partlow waits on deck. There's been no signal to the bullpen yet. They do have somebody active down there. And it does not look like Brad's going to make a hook yet. He's going to keep him out there for right now. This is just a conversation on strategy, it looks like, on a way to get out of this inning. As right now, this is buckle down time if you are the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers, where with only 6 outs remaining in this game, and your offense struggling to produce against a strong starter out there on the mound, how long do you trust this situation with the hands of a starter who has been fantastic all game long? Has only given up the 2 singles in this inning. He's been touched up for 3 walks in the inning and has hit a batter, or in the game and has hit a batter. But if you're the Sixers, then you really have a great learning moment here. But beyond a learning moment, you have an opportunity to really show that this is a young team, but still a team that has that maturity to come through in moments like this. First pitch to Partlow, taken for a strike. Carver playing first base. His best RBI opportunity of the game. As he's been up with runners on before, it's grounded out to shortstop when Kaysen Loftus was over at third. Looks like ball got loose down the right side, so that's the delay there. Umpire over on the right side, having to kick that away. And he tried kicking it a few times. Now he's just going to roll it under the fence. There we. Surprised they just pick it up and toss it over the fence, but 0-1 count will resume play. Carver Partlow steps back in, tight to the box, and to the plate, slightly open stance. Cuts it this one, rolls it to third, and Crecelius right in front of it, takes it to the bag himself. 5 unassisted, and a great job of buckling down in a bases-loaded situation against a cleanup bat and closing things out as Zach Hall takes it to the 6th inning. But the Sixers find themselves on the wrong side of a 1-0 score. We'll see if they can find some offense in the top of the 6th. Top of the order due up. Coates, Robbins, and McAnally when we come back on 1480 K-Ray.
Here at Kia of Cheyenne, we're having a grand opening sale with the savings on new Kias. I'm AJ Miller for Kia of Cheyenne, and right now you could save even more on a new 2025 Kia Telluride. The 2025 Kia Telluride will surprise you with standard features, versatility, and comfort for a better value than what's available elsewhere. Stay close to home and pay less here at Kia of Cheyenne. Come by and check out our upgraded facilities. Call 775-0123 or go to kiaofcheyenne.com. We'll make it easy.
From your head to your toes, we're here to keep you moving. With consultation, treatment, and rehabilitation all in one location, it's easier than ever to get the level of care you deserve. Cheyenne Regional, we inspire great.
Powers Field on 1480K. Ray Caleb Burgraff here alongside of Larry Proetti back in studio. Sixers, maybe one of their best chances to get back into this game in this inning, as you've got a pitcher who is up to 67 pitches on the mound, and the top of the order due up as Cade Coates leads things off in a 1-0 game. Top of the 6th inning, and the Sixers will see their shortstop ground this one to second base. Slow roller, close play at first base, but making the play, Riley Hawk gets it over there in time, and on one pitch, Cade Coates is retired, and the Sixers down to 5 outs left in this state tournament as things sit where they stand. Broden Robbins to the plate, 0 for 1 today, also has a sacrifice bunt. Left-handed batter will watch the windup from Schilling, and he finds the middle of the zone for a strike, and the count goes to 0-1. If you're Schilling, you're not worried about pitch count, so you might as well be aggressive to the Sixers right now, although that's what happens when you leave him in the zone too much. Broden Robbins tags him for a single right back up the middle. Good piece of hitting, and now your best two bats in Landon McAnally and Nolan Horton have their opportunities to try and bring home the tying run and get something really going here in the top of the 6th inning. McAnally, your leading hitter on the team, one of your top RBI guys as well, leads the team in doubles. Find a double here and you tie this game up. 1-0. Roughriders on top as that one jamming inside to McAnally forces him to foul it away, and the count goes to 0-1. Tense moments here in the top of the 6th inning. You almost feel more pressure here to keep the game at 1-0 going into the 7th than you do in the 7th where the pressure's expected. This game has been a tight affair all the way through, and A one-out base runner for the Sixers, helping them to return some of that pressure to the Roughriders, who were putting plenty of it on the Sixers in the bottom of the fifth when they loaded the bases up. Pitch bounces up to the plate as McAnally takes that one to move it to a 1-1 count here on the final day of July in 2025. Sixers hoping to play at least one day into the month of August, as McAnally takes that pitch up high and the count goes to 2-1. McAnally is a fly-out victim, went 9 pitches deep in his first at-bat in the first inning before flying out to left field. Grounded out to first base on a full count pitch his last time up. He's seen 18 pitches from Riley Schilling. He's very familiar with what Schilling can deliver to him in this game. That one just rises up and away, and the count goes to 3-1. Great hitters count for Landon McAnally. Just what the doctor drew up, pressure mounting onto the starter for the Gillette Roughriders. And pressure he's putting on himself in a lot of ways with playing around with McAnally around the edges of the zone. Nods the head, fires, and that's inside as McAnally draws the walk and runners on first and second with one away. Nolan Horton, who's 1 for 2 today, to the plate, will have to wait for a quick mound visit, as a trip out to the mound is about all you can do if you are the Gillette Pronghorn, or excuse me, Gillette Roughriders at this point in time. I'm going to kick my own fanny for the amount of times I've said Pronghorns in this one so far today. So the Roughriders, long conversation out there on the mound. Nate Perlyberg with a pat on the shoulder to Schilling as he heads himself back to the dugout. Schilling, when you look at the pitch count for him, 75 pitches on the day now, so he is in no means in a bad spot there. Should have plenty of energy. It's just buckling down and locating against Nolan Horton. On the other side for Nolan Horton, you are one of the leaders on this team, and leaders come through in clutch moments. McAnally gets on with a walk ahead of you. Robbins up at second base with a single with one out. Now can Nolan bring home one of those two? Gets ahead in the count with a fastball that misses up. That's been the pitch to take all game long, and everyone's laid off of the high heat so far. Umpire's not been given that high strike call to the batters or to the pitchers so far this game. 1-0. Also misses upstairs, and Horton now goes up 2-0 in the count. Quentin King awaits on deck. Couple ground outs to the pitcher, one intentional, one unintentional on his docket today. As he awaits the result of this at-bat. 2 on. As the ball catches the outside corner to Horton, and the 2-1 count as a result gets Schilling back into the at-bat just a little bit. Riley Schilling. Intimidating presence on the mound, who works from the third base side of the rubber right now. Fires this one across the zone, but it just misses to the outside. And now Horton up 3-1 in the count. You do still have a base to put a runner onto, but you don't want to load the bases with only one away in the middle of the order due up. You got to come inside to Nolan Horton and give him an opportunity to take a cut at something. Nolan's itching to get out of the gates on this one. Fires at the 3-1 on the outside corner and moves it to 3-2 with the foul ball. Three and 2 count coming up for Nolan Horton. As everybody awaits the action, Schilling a long pause there on the mound as he looks for the sign. Trying to get Horton to maybe take time out. Now it'll be Schilling who ends up blinking on the stare down and steps off of the rubber. Trying to maybe get Horton uncomfortable there in that right-handed batter's box. 3-2, he'll come set once again. Wines, fires, and that's a swing, they say, on Horton, as they say he went around, and he is going to be set down as the third punch-out victim for Riley Schilling of the game, as Brad Barker, irate with this one, comes out to talk to the man in charge at home plate. And Brad just asking why you didn't appeal that one down to first base, I think is the biggest message that he's got to the umpire, and that is definitely an argument worth having in a key game like this one, as Barker not going to win his case on this one, marches back to the dugout. See if this maybe fires up the Sixers bats and gets Quentin King going at the plate. Got to keep yourself focused if you're Quentin King with everything going crazy around you. You got to keep dialed in with your focus just on Schilling. You cannot get caught up in the rest of it. King's first pitch taken for a ball, and the count goes to 1-0. Base knock ties this game up most likely with good speed and Broden Robbins at first base. A gapper could bring home McAnally, who's off on contact with 2 outs. King's been able to come up with some clutch hits for the Sixers this year as well. Chokes up slightly on the bat as he'll chop one towards the third base side. Coming in is going to be Hecker, and he makes the play across the diamond, 5-3 on the putout. A strikeout call that causes plenty of unrest on the Sixers side, as it was a very, very confrontational call and very conflicted call on the point of view that was making the call. Will send us to the bottom of the 6th inning in a 1-0 game. You're listening to and watching Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
During the month of June, as part of the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Halliday Subaru is partnering with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society to provide warm blankets and messages of hope, written by our staff and customers to support patients facing cancer.
To learn more about what Halliday Subaru is doing for patients and their families in our community, visit HallidaySubaru.com.
From your head to your toes, we're here to keep you moving. With consultation, treatment, and rehabilitation all in one location, it's easier than ever to get the level of care you deserve. Cheyenne Regional. We inspire great health.
And another good one with the Gillette Roughriders, as the count will move to the Roughriders to the plate. Bottom half of the order, Hecker, Hawk, and Schilling, the scheduled 3 for the Gillette Roughriders, as they look to add an insurance run before going into the top of the 7th inning. Zach Hall returns for the Sixers to the mound, and the first pitch from him to Ethan Hecker bounces up to the plate. The count goes to 1-0. Hall at 79 pitches now has pitched very well in this game. There is nothing he can do but hold his head high for the way he has performed in this contest, as he misses with that pitch as well. Although there is activity in the bullpen to make sure that things don't get out of hand here in this inning with Gillette's middle and bottom of the order. Hecker with a hitter's count, 2-0. And he's got a home run against the Sixers this year already. That was against Marcus George up into Gillette. Misses with the pitch there, does Hall, and the count goes to 3-0. Long, deep breath out there on the mound for the right-hander for the Sixers. And he finds the outside corner to get it to 3-1. Hawk waits in the on-deck circle. He's got a walk to his credit. Also grounded out to third base as time taken. As the 3-2 count, or 3-1 count, excuse me, rolled over towards shortstop. Throw comes across the diamond, and a nice job by McAnally stretching on that one. Bang, bang play. Hecker retired by Coates to McAnally. So first out onto the board, Sixers will send Riley Hawk to the plate to face off against Riley Hawk, who's at the plate. Kason Schilling waits in the on-deck circle, who's 0 for 2. Winner of this game plays at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Casper and Sheridan, the two opponents that could be facing off against him. And after a long wait to get this game going, it has lived up to the expectations and the hype. A 1-0 affair going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Well played by both sides, too. This pitch upstairs misses, and the count goes to 1-1. Some walks. Really the biggest damage that changed the game around. Both teams had 2 hits in 1 inning. As the ball skips away from the catcher Camerad, and the count goes to 2-1. Sixers had a pair of hits in the 2nd and 3rd innings. Also got 2 on with 1 away in the last frame, but again, a strikeout call that was very questionable, and at least how it was approached. And then a ground ball over to third would end that inning. Here, a single up the middle by Riley Hawk gets the Roughriders with another base runner, their 3rd hit of the game. Kason Schilling is 0 for 2. Fly out to center and a fly out to right field will get his opportunities, but that might do it for Zach Hall as Brad Barker making the trip out to the mound, and I think he is going to pull the plug on his starter. There's been activity down in the bullpen for the Sixers for a while now, and you are seeing some changes coming around. Broden Robbins will be the new pitcher for the Sixers as we head to 90-second timeout. You're listening to and watching Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
Since 1986, here's a list of cars and SUVs I have purchased or leased for myself or my family from our local dealers here in Cheyenne. Kia Optima, Sorento, K5, 2 Chevy Blazers, Honda CR-V and 3 Pilots, Aztec, Villager, Trans Am, Pontiac GT, and Grand Am. What do all these vehicles have in common? Well, for service work, even if it was just a simple oil change, they were taken care of by Shine Auto Repair and Service. Larry Pro-Audi for Cars in Cheyenne, where John and his great team has always been there to take care of the Pro-Audi vehicles, and yours too. John is a TechNet professional, which means he is one of the best in the country to service your car or truck. Make sure your maintenance or minor repair doesn't turn into a major problem. Call Shine Auto Repair and Service today to set up an appointment at 632-0498 or stop in at 604 West Lincoln Way. Shine Auto Repair and Service open Monday through Friday and taking care of your vehicle's needs for over 30 years.
Well, Broden Robbins will be the new pitcher out of the pen for Post 6 as Zach Hall's day comes to a close. Faced 24 batters, still responsible for 1 out on the base paths. 87 pitches, 3 hits, 3 walks, 1 hit batter. Did strike out 1, had an error in the field behind him. Has 1 run, it is an earned run right now against him in those 5 1/3 innings of work. One of his longest performances of the season. And again, nothing but pride should be had by Zach Hollis. He will switch off into left field. The left fielder will come into play for him, and the Sixers will look to Broden Robbins to try and slam the door shut here in this bottom of the 6th inning and give them a chance in the top of the 7th inning to try and make some waves against a Gillette Roughriders team that is putting more pressure late on the Sixers in this one. Case and Schilling will step up to the plate 0 for 2 to face off against Robbins, who is in his 18th appearance, 29 innings of work, 1 start, 16 out of the pen, 1-1 win-loss record with 1 save in 1 opportunity. He has a 2.17 earned run average, 34 strikeouts in those 29 innings with only 11 walks that he has surrendered. So expect him to be around the zone and expect him to not necessarily run into a whole lots of bats. He's got the strikeout stuff. First pitch from him, sweeping breaking ball that catches the zone, and the count goes to 0-1 on Case and Schilling. Carmine Newman also scheduled to hit in this inning unless you get a double play. Newman 0 for 1 today, but he is the 1 run for the Rough Riders in the game so far, as that ball fouled off and the count goes to 0-2. Picturesque scene here at the yard right now as the setting sun kind of glowing up against some of the clouds off to the east. Lights on. Ball pulled foul to the third base side, keeps the bat alive at 0-2. Right now the big question is keeping yourselves emotionally vested in this game if you are post 6. In a game where you've seen some calls not go your way, you still have an opportunity. I think you still have to ride the focus on that opportunity, as you'll have 6, 7, and 8 due up in the next inning. As that pitch, you say he did not go, and you appeal down to first base this time. Count goes to 1-2, and Sixers fans, obviously, after the previous situation with Nolan Horton on a full count pitch, are letting him hear it on this one, as that one strike 3 called on the outside corner. Robbins gets the punch out and gets the first one of the game for him, second one overall in the game, as the Riders have been putting the ball in play quite consistently for one thing to another. That's been big. Carmine Newman steps up to the plate. He is the strikeout victim for Zach Hall in the game. Was hit by a pitch as well, and then came around to score the run after he moved up to second on a passed ball, and then was brought home on a Case and Loftus single. Called strike, finds the knees to Newman, as the count goes to 0-1 on the left fielder. Runner on first base is Riley Hawk. He's been on base twice today. One of 3 Rough Riders that have gotten on base twice. It's been a select crew that's been actually able to make any type of impact on this game. But they've been unified in their approach. Sixers have had 1 batter get on base twice. That's Cade Coates. And they've scattered the other 5 trips to the bases around as this ball hit to second base. King slides to his right, up with it, and on to first base for the out. And we're through 6. It's a 1-0 game with a trip on to Championship Friday on the line for the Sixers and the Rough Riders. We're back. Newland, Pacheco, and Camarad when we come back on 1480 K-Ray.
When you're paying the right price for protection, you just know it. It's that warm, fuzzy, totally secure feeling, knowing that you're not only getting great coverage, but you're also not paying too much for it. And there's no one that knows that feeling like Cheyenne Allstate agent Jason Gilbert, because he works every day to get people like you the coverage they need with the savings they deserve. Contact him for a free quote today. Allstate, you're in good hands. Savings vary based on the average annual savings reported by new auto customers surveyed in 2019 who switched to Allstate.
Suddenly it's all so clear with Gill Windows. Your home deserves the very best, that's what we give to you. When it comes to vinyl windows, no need to be confused. We manufacture in Wyoming, build them all right here. 'Cause we know the climate, suddenly it's all so clear.
The bottom order for the Sixers has had a tough time of it here at the state championships. They've got an opportunity to make up for all of that, though, as they will start things off in today's contest in the top of the 7th inning, trying to bring the Sixers back against Riley Schilling, who returns for the mound for his 7th inning of work, 83 pitches deep into this game. It'll be Zach Hall to bat for Asher Newland in the leadoff spot, and the first pitch misses to Zach Hall. Zach Hall pitching today, DH'd for, now out into the outfield. Is going to actually hit for himself as that pitch misses well outside, and the count goes to 2-0. Riley Schilling trying to deal with the extra energy that comes from having the adrenaline pumping in a closing situation. Looking for his second complete game win against Post 6, falls behind 3-0 to Zach Hall. First plate appearance for Zach Hall of the game. So that's when you want to be aggressive to a batter that hasn't taken any cuts yet, and Schilling having trouble doing that. Finds the zone for a strike on 3-0. 87 pitches now for Schilling. Again, he can go to 105, so he's got plenty of bullets in the belt to get through this inning. That one called a strike low and away, and the count goes to 3-2. And another full count for Schilling. He's got a strikeout on his last one, a walk the prior one to that. It's been about 50-50 on walks to outs when he gets into full count situations. 3-2 pitch, fouled off of the mask of the catcher. And Zach Hall just able to stay alive. One more time on the 3-2 count. We'll see a lucky number 7. Pacheco waits on deck. Camarad also scheduled to hit in this inning for the Sixers as Schilling gets a pop-up back behind home plate and up against the netting. That one ends up getting out of play as Hall gets himself one more opportunity. That one just able to escape the field of play and keep Hall alive for at least one more at-bat. I lost that one off of the bat initially. Couldn't tell whether it went into the field of play or not, and Hall had to be taking a deep sigh of relief. 3-2 pitch again. This one fouled off one more time, and we'll have a 9-pitch at-bat. The second 9-pitch at-bat of this game for Riley Schilling. As Zach Hall doing his best Todd Helton impression. Battling at 3-2. Frustrating a right-hander out on the mound. Schilling winds, fires, and gets rung up. Zach Hall takes one too many, and that is strikeout number 4 for Schilling, who is 2 strikes away, or 2 outs away from his second complete game victory against Post 6 and his second 1-run complete game victory against Post 6. In 13 1/3 innings, he's given up 1 run to Sixers offense as he misses to the outside here, 1-0. Anthony Pacheco at the plate is flowing out and ground out. Nods the head no, and now gets the sign he likes. Misses outside and away, and again falls behind 2-0 to a Sixers batter. Everyone at the plate represents the tying run, and Schilling just continuing to keep them valid in these at-bats by falling behind early. Sixers showing good patience in doing that as he'll find a strike to get back in 2-1 on the inside corner. Two 2-1 count coming up. Schilling inside too tight, hits Pacheco, and the tying run is on base. First time Pacheco's gotten on base for Post 6 in the game today. Camarad, 1 for 2 today, will get his third opportunity at the plate. Also guarantees Colin Crecilius a chance unless you get a double play ball. As the Schilling brothers will meet on the mound, talk things over with each other, and back behind home, Kason Schilling will return to his position and An attempt to calm down his brother on the mound, talking things over in a tense situation. Now you are starting to see that pitch count become a bit more of a factor out there on the bump for Schilling, up to 96 by my tally. That ball yanked to left field by Camarad, but foul. Camarad had the Sixers fans ready to erupt as he about sent that one over the left field fence. That one he was all over. Schilling gets ahead of a batter for the first time in the 7th inning, and with one away, works with an 0-1 count. Runner off of first base. Pacheco, do you have the desire to send him on a stolen base attempt in this situation? Is a big question down to the coaching staff, and whether or not Brad Barker, Gary Harley, and Markham King, would want to try and test that out in a 1-1 count. Pacheco does have speed and does have some stolen bases this year. You know the focus is on the batter right now if you're Schilling. 1-1. That one dips too low, and Schilling misses again. 2-1 the count. No one up in the bullpen for Gillette, so their next pitcher is either on the field right now or they're not sweating that at this moment. It's another conversation out there between Schilling and Schilling. Kaysen and his brother trying to eliminate post 6 and keep the Roughriders season alive. Sixers trying to get to tomorrow where they'll face off against Casper or Sheridan. Mound visit breaks up. And Camarad will roll into the batter's box once again. Two-one coming up from Schilling. Misses away and low again. Cannot find that low outside corner right now. That's where he's been living, and he has lost that command to that spot. And so now a 3-1 count facing off to the backstop for the Sixers, who's already got a hit today, one of their 3. Nearly identical scoreboards right now as this ball rolled to first, stepped on the first as Partlow, now into a pickle trying to get him cut down as Pacheco. The tag is slapped on, and a double play, goes 3 to 4, or 3 to 6, to close this one out. And the Sixers, for the first time since 1999, will not be playing on Friday at the state tournament in Wyoming. Great effort by the Sixers. What a fantastic ball game today's game was between these two sides. 1-0, not something you see very often. And this game living up to every expectation that it could between the number 1 and number 2 teams in the state. We'll wrap things up when we come back as the two teams meet at the middle and shake hands. And we will come back with final numbers on this one. You've been listening to Post 6 Baseball on 1480 K-Ray.
Rock on Wheels is Wyoming's premier bicycle shop. The service department offers quality and experience with a 48-hour turnaround guarantee based on parts and availability. They even offer tune-ups for your current bike along with powder coating and sandblasting. So swing by the shop and take advantage of the awesome prices for great bikes like Trek and many other name brands. Rock on Wheels even offers bike rentals for the avid rider. They're proud to be locally owned and operated. You'll find Rock on Wheels at 900 East Lincoln Way. Call 637-0020 to start pedaling your way to a whole bunch of fun. Since 1986, here's a list of cars and SUVs I have purchased or leased for myself or my family from our local dealers here in Cheyenne. Kia Optima, Sorento, K5, 2 Chevy Blazers, Honda CR-V and 3 Pilots, Aztec, Villager, Trans Am, Pontiac GT, and Grand Am. What do all these vehicles have in common? Well, for service work, even if it was just a simple oil change, they were taken care of by Shine Auto Repair and Service. Larry Proetti for Cars in Cheyenne, where John and his great team has always been there to take care of the Proetti vehicles, and yours too. John is a TechNet professional, which means he is one of the best in the country to service your car or truck. Make sure your maintenance or minor repair doesn't turn into a major problem. Call Shine Auto Repair and Service today to set up an appointment at 632-0498 or stop in at 604 West Lincoln Way. Shine Auto Repair and Service open Monday through Friday and taking care of your vehicle's needs for over 30 years.
As the final score of 1-0 goes in favor of the Gillette Pronghorns. That'll wrap it up for us here on this game and the season, but we want to thank all of our wonderful partners who made it possible for us to bring Post 6 baseball to you this year. Affordable Computer Repair, the Breadbasket Bakery, Kia of Cheyenne, Capital Lumber Company, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, Chick-fil-A, Cheyenne Frontier Days, Halliday Subaru, Cheyenne's Depot Museum, Wyoming's Department of Transportation, Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, 2 Doors Down, Burns Insurance Agency, First Tier Bank, the Gill Window Company, Shine Auto Repair and Service, Jason Gilbert, your Allstate Insurance Agent, Rock on Wheels, Fat Boys Tire and Auto, Platte Valley Bank, the Coin Shop, and Pepsi of Cheyenne, bringing you a final scoreboard of tonight and, unfortunately, again, of the season for the Sixers of 1-0. The Gillette Roughriders coming away with the victory as they move on to tomorrow's 11 o'clock game against the winner of this next one between Casper and the Sheridan Troopers. That all starts up in about 30 minutes here from Powers Field. Thanks again for joining us, though. For Larry Proetti back in studio, I'm Caleb Burgraff on